Happy Monday, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Jeannie Lynn, she was first today. Woohoo! Hope everyone's having a good start to their week. I am going to be totally honest. I was asked by Maitland this morning how I was doing as I was listening to the Broken Baker go over a pro se trial from 2024, I think it was, and it's freaking hilarious. Asked me how I was doing, and I said, I don't really know. I'll be honest. I think I'm getting to the point where I'm almost numb to the situation that I'm in right now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be totally honest with you. But it is a beautiful day today here in Michigan. It's going to be a high of 71. It's already in the upper 50s. I have my windows open. It's really, really nice. And like I said the other day, there's nothing better than opening the windows in the morning or when it's nice. Not necessarily warm, but not cold by any means. And you get to breathe in some fresh air. So hopefully that at least will keep me in a decent mood for now. Because my reality is starting to come real close. It is Monday. And the date is March 30th. So tomorrow is March 31st. So technically by Wednesday, I need to figure out how to come up with just about $800 in 2 days. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. But while I pretend that's not like a deal, we're going to sit here and have some fun this afternoon. We're going to go through closing statements from the Karen Reed trial and then dig into some Ronnie the juror interview with Turtleboy. Terry thinks it's 11:58. He's obviously going to be late. He's already here. See, I said he. Oh my God, sorry, Terry. Oh, she's already here. So now you're here giving me grief. Oh, were you already giving Terry grief? Good afternoon, Ink. Good afternoon, Ink. Hope you're having a good day too, James. Jeannie's been harassing me in Discord. Oh, Jeannie Lynn, be nice. Be nice. We love Jeannie Lynn, though. She's allowed to harass us now and then because she's always so sweet. Nice day there, too. That's great. I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. I swear. There's nothing better. I'm telling you, like, especially in places like Michigan. I don't know if it's like that everywhere in Canada, but damn, when you spend so many months with no sun, cold, dreary, gloomy every fucking day, seasonal affect disorder, just really kicks in. It's bad. Hi, Scarlett with 1T. Oh yeah, see, did you see my comment? My comment in Discord? You were talking about what was it? You said cat. You said like fuck cats. I want another Scarlett, and I'm like, nope, one of me is enough. I just made a joke because every time I see you talk about Scarlett, your dog with 2 teeth. Oh, sorry. I'm tired though today. I'm like, what did I do now? Maylin's gotta walk the dogs. Okay. I'm assuming you have decent weather like us down there in Ohio. So these are the nice days to go out. Walk the dogs. If you have no dogs, just go for a walk. Sit on your porch or balcony or patio or whatever you got and just breathe in some fresh air. Crap, I wish you lived in Kentucky. I could find you something half the cost. Yeah, I mean, see, with my rent though, the thing is that my bills are my rent. Like my apartment is amazing because I had to move so fast. I didn't have much furniture. I didn't have a bed. I didn't have any, like hardly anything. And because the last place I rented was partly furnished, including a bed and things like that. And when I had to move so quickly, and I found this place, especially for the location that it's in, it's a furnished apartment. It's a one bedroom. It's a great location. And I have no bills regarding my apartment. Everything is included. My heat, my electric, my gas, electric, water, internet, everything that has to do with my apartment. It's just in one bill, like my rent. That's it. And I absolutely love it. 67 degrees. See, that's like the perfect temperature, right? When it hovers right around 70, it's like, to me, that's like the most perfect temperature. It's 80 degrees for you, Terry. Wow. See, once it goes, like 80 is still okay for me, but once it goes above 80, unless it's windy, like even if it's like 80, between 80 and 85, if it's windy, I'm still okay. As long as something's coming along to like give you a breeze or to cool off a little bit, something to take away the blaring sun, especially if it's really sunny out. Um, but I can't stand being too hot anymore. And when I was younger, I was the opposite. I couldn't stand being cold. I loved the hot. Now don't get me wrong, I still love the warm, but I don't love the hot. They have beautiful apartments here that go by your income. My friend pays $250 for a 2 bedroom. Yeah. Okay, so in Michigan, so the problem is like I talked about the other day, is that I'm in the process of refiling for disability, which I got denied. Then my appeal got denied, which shocked my lawyers out the hell. Um, but for everything else, because I have to work, otherwise, what am I going to do? Live on the street? But I can only work the jobs that I can physically do. And really not right now. It's very hard to do anything. So working from home is the best that I got. And right now, I literally make it was like $80 too much. As a single person, I make $80. I don't qualify for anything, basically, from the state. And then even if I did, way back when I was off work completely and when I had to have all my surgeries and stuff, um, I had Medicaid. And when I was looking into like the HUD, what they call it, HUD housing or Section 8 or whatever, our lists in Michigan have been closed. You can't even get on a waiting list for stuff like that. I would love it there. You can buy a house for half the cost of rent. Well, see, I can't ever buy a house because I I tell people this all the time. I will be a forever renter now because I can't worry about having to mow the lawn, shovel snow, all the shit that I physically cannot do. Cousin G, what's up? Hey, everyone listening, working on my stupid car. Aw, I hope it didn't break down. Just hopefully having some fun working on it. Katie D, my Michigan peep, what's up? Thanks for being here, you guys. You're awesome. Yeah, humidity sucks. My Michigan, the humidity here blows. I mean, because we're surrounded by water. Like, And I know that not everywhere that's around water is humid, but I don't know what it is. Like Michigan's humidity, when it gets too hot and humid, like you can't even breathe. You walk outside and you're like, I need some oxygen. It's bad. Yeah, I agree. The humidity sucks. Hot as balls if it's above 70. Balls get pretty sweaty. We talked about that before. A 2-bedroom in Boston is like $3K. See, that's insane. See, like Michigan here, like depending on where you go, but basically anywhere in Metro Detroit, unless you want to go down to the bad parts and live in a shitty place that has half boarded up windows, you're not going to get about 1 bedroom even for under $900. And even the $900 to $1,000 1-bedroom apartments are not in the best areas. And that's not including any, like, that's no bills, no nothing. That's just your rent. So my apartment, I don't, all right, I'm just going to be openly transparent, okay? So my rent for my 1 bedroom, especially for where I'm at, furnished, is with all my bills included, is $1,400. So when I tell you that even in crappy parts of Metro Detroit that you can't get a 1 bedroom for under $1,000, like that doesn't include bills and all the furniture I would have had to buy. Like it's I got a pretty sweet ass deal. So let me tell you that. I know, right? $3,000. I mean, you couldn't own a mansion here for $3,000, but you could get a pretty nice house for $3,000 here. I need a condo. Yeah, I'm see, the thing is with this stuff is like condos, houses, whatever requires a down payment, I don't have it and I never will. And it's okay. Like I have no desire to have more money. Like I just want what I can pay. Like I've never been a materialistic kind of person. I don't need a bigger place because this is all I need. I don't need a lot of things because I don't do a lot. So, you know, I can't even get, literally physically cannot even get another job to make more money. And to me, so that's okay. So, but when you make your living and you make your lifestyle around what you make and you make a happy life with it, but then even though you are every month you have a very strict budget, you know, like I said, it makes me happy. I'm perfectly happy when I everything goes the way it's supposed to go with my money. I'm all good. But when someone takes that much money from you, and then not only that, promises it back in a certain time frame, so then I pay bills thinking I'm going to have this money within 10 business days at the most, so I'll have it back before my next rent is due. I screwed myself. Had I not gotten confirmation that that money was coming back to me, I would have planned accordingly and done things differently. But I was lied to. I was told it was coming. Then at the very last day, it was supposed to be in the bank. Nope, sorry, too bad. So now there's literally nothing you can do in 2 weeks to just make up for that kind of money. Property taxes are the current issue in Michigan with real estate. No one buying a $250,000 home should have $8,000 in property taxes a year. Holy fuck. $8,000? Wow. Yeah, I knew taxes in Michigan were going up pretty bad before my mom sold her house. Um, what year was that? She sold her house back in 2018, I think. 2018 or 19. It was bad. Well, dude, Jeannie Lynn, kick her out and I'll come move down there for $650 a month. Sorry, that's mean. Don't kick her out. I'm just kidding. Wait, who we will have to chat one day when your lease comes up for renewal? Are you talking to me, KDD? Because I'm not on a lease. That's the point. Like I am on month to month. That's why paying my rent on time is so important because I can literally get booted. Like like it's not the same as having a like a 6 or 12-month lease. You're all good. Thanks, Terry. Whenever you hear, I'll appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know how you do real estate, Katie. I'm going to be honest. I couldn't do it. You said yes, but read the my comment above that one. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Oh, no, it doesn't. I have a deal closing tomorrow that buyer is getting National Home Faith and Mishta and will most likely receive a check at closing. No, it doesn't. What? I'm sorry. See, I say things and completely forget what I even said. So I'm sorry, Katie. My brain doesn't like when I have too much going on in my brain, I can't even remember. Like when I'll be mid conversation, be like, what the fuck was I talking about? You will? You don't like her anyway? Well, Jeannie Lynn, let me know because I'll head down there so quickly you have no idea. I mean, I literally have no reason to stay in Michigan anymore. And that's another thing. I had stayed in Michigan for several reasons. And one, my mom, of course, is one of the biggest ones. And my son, but my mom's gone and my son, that's another story, but he's out on his own living his life and I'm ready to leave. I literally, if I had a car, if anyone has a car they want to donate, I will literally just take the car and literally live in my car and drive around the United States doing my YouTube. That would be like, I would have so much fun doing shit like that. Like I would love that. Hey guys. You said I couldn't buy a home because the down payment. Got you. Well, yeah, I mean, let's talk. If you can get me into a condo that, I don't have to ever worry about things breaking or shoveling snow or mowing the lawn, whatever. It's all good. Yep, Terry, you guys are all sweethearts. I love you all. I mean it. And I know, and thanks to Jeannie, I know Jeannie had, I guess, had asked Danny to put out my Give Send Go in his chat. But as we all know, Danny had problems with his internet and went live in a rush last night. So at least we got to hang out with the chat rats last night. Um, but I don't think he was able to do that. I did fall asleep for a short, brief period of time, so I don't think he did. But I do appreciate that he had to offer, said it would be okay. Maybe next one, but more than anything right now, like I got two $10 gifts and goes. It's slow. I mean, two people have donated that, hey, it's no matter what, like the money that is being held, sent to me and by so many kind people. It's not a lot, but it's going to go a long way. So I just hope that everyone who has helped me in any way, shape, or form, and all of you help me just by being here, which helps my channel grow. It's just, you have no idea how much I truly, the joy it brings me to know I have so many cool people out there that just care. Sometimes it's really all you need in life is just to know that people care. Yes. Yeah. Shit, they had to have forgotten LOL because that's fair. Yeah, I'm on a month to month. Yep. This apartment complex is very small. It's like 32 apartments and they're furnished. Like I said, I think it's more for like, I think it's more for like what business people who are in and out of town, rent. Um, but there are people here. There's an old couple that lives in it's an L-shaped apartment complex, and there's an old couple lives in the other part of the L where I live, and I see them all the time. They're sweet. So I mean, it's not just for executives or business people who are in and out of town. It's for people like me too that literally work from home. I didn't have furniture, and I mean, literally, in location, literally couldn't be better, especially for me. You missed him and Aiden. I saw the interview with Kelsey, but after um, Kelsey went off, I watched for a little while. And then I went over to Baker for a little while, and then I did some work, and then I fell asleep. Okay, so sorry, Katie D. It is a one bedroom upstairs, which sucks. Unfortunately, that was the one thing when I moved in here. I was praying they had a first floor, but he said there was hopefully be one opening up. But by the time I moved here and actually got my stuff in this apartment, I don't want to do it again. So, because going downstairs isn't an issue for me, it's going upstairs. But that's again a reason why I talk about why I do pay my $10. That's one of my other bills I do pay a month is my $10 to DoorDash, because I have to get it's easier for me to get my DoorDash delivery. I get my groceries delivered. I don't use DoorDash for fast food or food deliveries. It's strictly grocery. And DoorDash always has a grocery store, whether it's Kroger, Express, Meyer, Aldi's, they always have, like every week or every other week, they have a special going. Get 40% off your $60 grocery purchase. So I just shop wherever they have the deal. And I get this. I mean, literally, it's the only way I can afford groceries half the time. So to me, it's huge. And if anyone doesn't believe me, I can show you how much I save by actually doing it that way. No, they strictly do a month to month here. You're hijacking my stream. Yeah, message me. We'll talk more later. Um, you muted yourself? How the fuck do you do that? Anyways, enough about me. I mean, hey, this is the second day in a row I've started talking about the stuff that normally makes me cry. I haven't started blubbering yet. Speaking of, where's Zach? Oh, Baker's probably still alive, isn't he? That fucking trial that Baker started watching this morning, holy shit. It's freaking hilarious. That defendant, pro se defendant. If you haven't watched, if you weren't at Baker's this morning, he's watching like I said, a trial from I think 2024 it was. This pro se defendant staying mute until he's telling the court that his uncle's soul is talking to him, and he starts groaning and looks like he's having a seizure, and oh my god, and he's just milking it. He's literally apparently like been evaluated like 9 times, and every time he's fine. As soon as he's out of the view of anyone or thinks he's out of the view of anyone, he acts totally normal. He's just, it's the guy's crazy, but not like legally crazy. He just wants to, get off the crimes he was charged with by pretending to be crazy. You don't know how you did it, but you did. Oh, it gets funnier? Oh, God. The guy is not, I mean, seriously. Cracking me up with all the freaking moaning. Oh, and then, oh my God, it was so good when they were taking him somewhere. I don't even remember where, but they were taking him out of the court for the break or whatever, and they have to lift him up into the wheelchair, and because he's not even cooperative enough to like seriously, it's ridiculous. And then they're trying to wheel him out the door behind the judge's bench, and I don't know if they dumped him out. It would have been funny if they did it on purpose, but I highly doubt they did it on purpose. But it was like he leaned forward, and all of a sudden he fell right out of that chair. His butt's hanging out. Seriously, dude, this is hilarious. I love shit like that. Baker's about to end. Yeah, I don't know. I was watching him. Like when I woke up this morning, I watched a little bit of Lawyer You Know and Bettero, and then I watched a few minutes of Turtleboy Bus Stop Live, but he was talking about Meredith and shit, and like I'm over that shit. So then when I saw Baker was live, I went over there, and then I just stayed in there. And I wasn't really chatting most of it, but I was listening while I was working, doing some stuff. So anyway, if Baker's about to end, hopefully it will get a few other people in here that may have wanted to see these closing arguments today, especially when everyone realizes that Ellen Jackson is on my screen right now. They'll come running just to stare. But so with that being said, let's get into the closings so we can make it through the closings, and I really want to get to Ronnie the juror. I actually found looking for Ronnie the juror's interview. I actually found he did quite a few interviews, so I'm thinking that tomorrow, depending on like, I'm gonna go see or ask around which ones are really good, or just briefly look at them and see if they're worth streaming. Maybe tomorrow we'll look at a couple more Ronnie the Juror, but mostly the Turtleboy one, because we all know he asks great questions, and that's the one I definitely want to see. You saw that part on Baker when he almost fell out of the chair and his ass is sticking out? Like, seriously. Oh my God. You finally have your windows open and these roofers are bringing smoke in your house, huh? See, that's what I saw. This is a day in Michigan. I'm sure you agree, Katie. Like, after our winters and you can open our windows, it's just an amazing it's just an amazing feeling to open the windows and breathe in the warmer, fresh air. I just love it. I can't explain it. It's just it's a good feeling. Your father-in-law's in a wheelchair. It's ridiculously hard to move him. Yeah. I mean, when I worked in a memory care unit, I used to help them, but mostly it was just the aides that would have to use like Hoyer lips and stuff. And I'll tell you, especially the like the bigger guys, trying to get them in their Hoyers, like out of the chair and into bed, like, oh, it's not an easy feat. And it's not so much using the Hoyer lift itself, it's getting the what do you call it? The Oh my god. I can't even think what you'd call it. But basically the I would say sack, but like the oh my god, blanket, sack, whatever that's attached that you have to like stick and roll under the person so that you can hook that onto the Hoyer, and it holds, that's what the material that holds them while you transfer them from one place to another. It's trying to get that under them, especially if they're completely immobile. It's so difficult. All right, guys, so let's get into it. Alan Jackson is about to start his closing arguments, and I'm really excited to see these. So here we go. I'm going to put it on 1.25. If anyone thinks it's too fast, let me know.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way.
Butt dials galore.
That's what they want.
Sure.
That's what they're counting on. But the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Kieran Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth.
You call it a chucker?
It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening.
Have a good sleep, honey.
How he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth. How he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over. They and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things. It didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks, look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help.
Welcome back, Raylan.
Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones.
Get rid of your dog.
Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen.
I mean, one may
It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned.
Superwoman, what you talking about, Willis?
Right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house, and when he was caught and asked to describe that man,
moved my PayPal QR code so we could watch Terry Roberts
dark hair,
and Brian Albert there in the corner.
By Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing. called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights. Undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty.
I do have to make a comment right there, because the trial that Baker was watching this morning, I almost clipped it and then I didn't. And I thought, well, because if most of you guys, some of you guys were in there with me, the cop on the stand took pictures of a kidnapped victim's car, because the guy kidnapped her in her own car, and the prosecutor asked him about the pictures he took, where it was, right when, they got to the scene, before it was moved, ever moved at all. And the prosecutor asked him, why did you do that? And he answers with the same shit I've said 100 times about them not taking pictures of that freaking SUV before it went on a wrecker, tow truck, whatever you want to call it, in a snowstorm where anything could have caused damage to it. No proof of what that car looked like before they towed it. And I just thought that struck me. Like, I wanted to clip it and say, take a lesson, Massachusetts. Seriously. Okay, Jeannie Lynn. See you when you get back.
You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They've been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied, and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John. He motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "You know, your girl's been texting me"? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What was that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important?
Especially since he left. He said he wanted to go home.
First he said it was administrative work, then he said he was moving cars, then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they'd had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed. 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough in just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion of the Commonwealth's experts, we're left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was no body on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And one other suspicious thing happened that night. By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John, he walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back, he's not responding. Minutes start to pass, 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. And being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have. You and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up, she's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears were realized, and she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her, you can feel the grief, you can feel the raw anguish, you can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video, you can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, into grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close, unequivocally established that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished. When Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom, he's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Kenton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important. And I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 12 sorry, 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth, or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Lockwood? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Lockren, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Owls. If it were up to Proctor, he literally never would have heard of or from Brian Lockren. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. A magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces, and no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally Port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally Port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video, much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight, while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There's no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that we heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts State troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important. I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found about 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red. Over the span of about, added up probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sallyport video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37, and see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you could see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sallyport that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips, and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, but now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe, or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners from medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated 1,000, up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. 2 of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, Both published peer-reviewed articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, a whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and a supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case in this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat, talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object and went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies, the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth, and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Read is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to foul mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened. And the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by Firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Mr. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Mr. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Saraf, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a 3-card monster. Facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you, or what the defense wants you to do, is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the 3 indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide, using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you and ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom. put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy, there is no cover-up, there is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional, there's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story to his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go with from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, then stop starting with him. 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in here." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is a testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul. Asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point at which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. Drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testified that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, keeping understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolokithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Matt McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions or going over which way to come in Chapman Street over Cedar Crest as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m. the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56 the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to coinciding with what you observed the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32 Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a three-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time, 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Ms. Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. Movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up, as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen for you here, indicating that following that three-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour, 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event, 8 minutes after the three-point turn, when the vehicle's in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voice.
So, I've tried to stay quiet.
Of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse.
And Kevin from South Boston, hey guys. Oh my God, like I didn't even see these. I was so into listening to this. I'm totally missed all this stuff.
12:40 to 12:42. Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55.
Turtles, I'm not snoring. Come on now. I really like.
There's another voicemail from Mr. O'Keefe.
I have
Exhibit 637.
I'm gonna wait. Hold on.
John, you're a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want to hurt her.
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die. 1:02 a.m. The defendant leaves another voicemail with no content.
Oh, I got you.
John, your kids are fucking alone.
I don't blame you.
1:09 a.m. The defendant texts John, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. She's not.
The timeline's driving me nuts.
As far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m. The defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m. She calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot make it. I need to go home. You are looking stupid right now. You're fucking another girl.
Yeah.
She's sleeping next to me.
Yeah, exactly, Care Bear.
1:18 a.m. The defendant leaves another voicemail. Now about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house, and she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any party to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m. The defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m. The defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Haley, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight, and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Carrie Roberts, saying, John's dead, Carrie, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Carrie Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates, John's dead, he must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Carrie Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling HCD, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from brain injury and skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was.
No.
Hit him and left him there the night before. She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, and no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruise camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this part right here is the spot that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with a vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road. In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant, sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. The defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his family, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. We heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked this, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. Defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drive that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle, or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dayton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages in the phone call on January 28th. You heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dayton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she stay there? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant and Ms. O'Keefe got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially.
I just have to say this. I've been trying to stay quiet because just to get through these, but I swear to God, compare this to his opening, like where he wanted to confuse the jury, bringing up everyone's fucking name when these jurors have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And oh my God. Like I literally, and dude, Lally, the hair. Go back to the beginning, Maylan. Remember when I sit there, I used to picture Lally in the morning with his hair gel. He's so nervous. It's like, oh my God, and looks down and his hair gel's all gone. Fuck. That's all I can think of when I think of that. Look at his freaking hair. But I swear to God, I'm just, never mind. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Let's get through this.
I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th.
Game over.
Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asked him if he's okay, asked him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, I love you guys too.
Again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy is eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security codes for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with the father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr.
Romantic
Jackson
kiss
weren't
she
very good
placed
friends
on
with
Mr.
but had been
Higgins?
invited over
Oh
to
my
his home for a Patriots game, at which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There are text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Mr. Albert and Ms. McCabe testified was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe in the car outside 34th Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere. As you recall, the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Lord Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Lord Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 and 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of them, also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by user.
Did he seriously unequivocally?
Frankly,
He did not just say that.
Was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whitford, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case.
No,
And
he
what did
had
Mr. Green
to.
say?
Oh my God, I can't stay quiet, you guys. This is fucking ridiculous.
Those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance. If you recall those, she asked firefighter
He had
Whitley
to
how long to die in the
alter
cold
his
without a jacket.
program
He knew
to
how Mr. O'Keefe
delete
was dressed.
timestamps.
He knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket, You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning.
Hey,
What you have in
Dodo.
the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicated is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about.
Oh my God. He's seriously making that argument?
Over again.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Juxtaposition. That phraseology. Text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road.
Because people go to the worst scenario, right? Most people do that.
Look up those things in her phone.
Especially, he was already non-responsive, not breathing. Are you fucking kidding me?
Is he dead? Is he dead?
You asshole.
You have the testimony that you heard.
Yeah,
from Ms. McCabe
Jane, shut up,
and Ms.
Lally.
Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time that they both testified to that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022 is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reebok's outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Mr. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe. She's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman. She's going down Fairview, coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit.
Yeah, where was that big steep hill?
Going down on Chapman.
Oh.
Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where the Mr. O'Keefe's
Never even
phone
showed the stupid, ridiculous steep hill they keep talking about because there wasn't one.
Descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe's never been there before and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. So she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so fresh in her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning.
Oh, you know what's in Karen's mind? Are you there, Lally?
She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door as Mr. McCabe, as Brian Nagel Jr., as Julie Nagel, as Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense that it moves out further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing what the defendant brings up her cracked tail. And then Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they come out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk. What did they both indicate that the defendant did?
Yeah, because they both knew there was no rush.
You hear that second
And
voice.
Reed was freaking
out.
out.
Right back at One Meadows Ave after her phone's reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Or that may be in the garage, or that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not
Oh
an
my
issue.
God, I can't believe they make this fucking argument. It's insane.
Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe.
If I had an ear in my head, I'd pulled it out by now.
Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the backseat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn.
Hey, Yummy.
You have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and then bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. What Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone on the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe. Which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow.
Wait, Lally, did you ask anybody if it was snowing?
I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point.
Oh my God.
As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, it's still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is. Which I would submit as evidence.
Why did Carrie Roberts pick up that phone anyway? Why did she think she had a right to just grab his phone like that? Like, I don't know. That
bring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose of that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those,
and you're ready to go camping for the weekend or for the week. Oh, that sounds like fun.
You can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow. And Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway.
Why did you not take pictures of that car? Why is that picture you're using off of the cam?
Is the damage to the taillight, to the side of the taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from
because it survived that.
That's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks.
I can't believe they really truly put that much effort into that fucking hair.
From January 29th, about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st, when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit. Weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it. You heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out. Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. So that's indication of the swelling that Dr. Sportibello was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent accounts, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony, to medical testimony, to forensic testimony, to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarah's cruise. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruise camera from Officer Sarah. You have testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away in the darkness, in the snow, the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything.
Dude, get a fucking lifesavers, Lally. God almighty, with the clearing of the
January 28,
throat.
2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that, to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on its front lawn. Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Mechanic on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail.
Quite a lot of evidence,
Conversation on the
actually,
phone throughout.
Lally.
She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments, incessant phone calls, and everything else.
I've talked about that a couple times, Yoni. Like, I give her so much credit for her composure the way she did.
She said she parked in Washington.
I wouldn't have been able to.
Facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. O'Keefe, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to a residence. She drove her and John to the location in Camden. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk in the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Mechanic, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Ryan Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Green. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakikis, Nicholas Kolakikis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in the testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicated she saw a male passenger.
Here we go, back to naming all the freaking people, like they're gonna remember everyone's name.
Defendant, after conducting that reverse, a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking the right on Fairview. Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking the left on Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same with the residents. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as
Because
they're
I
passing that
distinctly
vehicle,
remember
Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female
one
operator
lady
in the vehicle
saying,
with dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr.
there
Nagel,
was
as
no
far as
one
when
in the
Julie
passenger
Nagel came out to
seat.
the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? Dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. And Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson drive away from that. We have the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel, away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning.
Oh, is Babdazzer from Ireland too?
You have testimony, recall, and you have text
I didn't
messages
know where.
in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, Colin Albert.
Wow, she
Allison McKay, Brian Albert,
He
Cole Albert,
actually
Brian Jr.
interrupted him to
Only
say
did it
she's
pick up around
keeping
that time,
track of
12:10. You
time.
have
Holy
testimony from
moly.
Julie Albert, his parents, as
I'm
far as
shocked.
home, kisses them at night before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the water hall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe. And
Oh, Babdazzer is from the UK.
Pizza
I gotcha.
doing later on contained within those sections. You have testimony
You
from
just hear the
Lieutenant O'Hara,
accents
Lieutenant
in your.
Sully,
I got you.
about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search team. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level.
Yeah,
3 feet
we
of
got
snow.
PB and
They had to
J's,
sift through in order to find
and then ham sandwiches.
the detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. You heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Famati to Dr. Rice. You heard testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration with Dr. Holler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. You heard Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. You have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard. The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have this
I
pattern
can't
grade
stand the
plastic
throat clearing.
recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time he struck him, and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end. It's easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, and I would submit, are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that tail light house, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Chief Brock. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have testimony from Ms. Hardman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, scratches, 7/8 of an inch hair. You have testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile
Nipples
from
or
that hair being
dimples?
consistent with the DNA profile of Mr.
Dude, does no one else get totally disgusted and annoyed by the constant throat clearing? Oh my God.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes. All consistent with pieces of tail light.
Wow, she interrupts him twice.
His clothing.
Did she just cut him off? Because how's he going to finish in 1 minute?
I'm just coming if I could. 6:05. This is what it looks like backing up at that speed.
Oh, he's got 1 minute left and he's still going to bring up more, but oh my God.
There's another, years and years ago, started practicing in Norfolk County. Braintree was now Quincy, and eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became President of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and the evidence." What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated, increasing his death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over.
I really have one sentence.
1 sentence, I'll give you that.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit and ineluctably demonstrates their guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, she really was going to cut him off.
I'm going to give you My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? We can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
You are muted.
KDD, I'm still learning Discord, but I did learn pretty quick once I joined Danny's. Are you in my Discord yet? I'll send you an invite.
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations.
The exact
I'll try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses or provide any evidence at all because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors.
Oh, really?
All parties who come
didn't
before the
have an
court stand as
impartial
equals
judge.
before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you and on the evidence and the facts that you find and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence.
You tell them to disregard the
Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias reason or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations, and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were, in fact, John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn taken together prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth.
We're going to go over Ronnie the juror
It is
next.
not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. You must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulates some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be in danger. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon,
I didn't know it was this long, or else I don't think I would have went through it. But at this point,
the item and the manner
I just want to hear the rest of it now.
Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position.
Okay, hold on.
And the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including
I can't post the link, Katie, but send me, do I have your email already? Have you sent me an email before? I can't remember.
Now, different states
because I normally just have people email me and I'll send you a link.
In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own for 4-person. In Massachusetts,
no, you haven't. So email me. I'm going to put my email in the chat.
4-person of a jury has been described
and I'll send you a link.
Equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The 4-person has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, in that sense, is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our 4-person, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case.
Hey, Shelly.
Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education,
not working
background,
too
or
hard,
experience.
sweetie.
The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own
take your own advice there,
and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them.
Not even
First,
advice.
slow
Law.
down.
You should
Do not
reread
rush
that
to a decision.
law.
Hasty
What you
decisions
have
are most
about
likely to reflect
prejudice.
stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups?
What is that one? Send it to me,
Listen to your
Katie.
fellow jurors. They may have
When you
different
send me
points
an
of view.
email for
If
the
so,
link
they may help
for
you determine
Discord,
whether
send
you're
it to me
focusing
if
on
you
the
can.
facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please.
I think I've done that one before. I just don't remember what mine is. Yeah, if you can send it to me, Katie, that would be awesome.
By way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After The final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and
Because
notify
I
the
know
court
there's a
officer
lot
that
of them
you've
out
reached
there, and they're
unanimous
not
verdict.
all the
You will
same.
then
So
be
I
brought back
wanted,
into the
you
courtroom
know,
and the foreperson
to
will deliver the verdicts
use
to the
the
clerk.
same
I'm
one.
going to see counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Okay.
You are unmuted.
We don't
All
need
right,
to watch.
so Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
All right, bear with me 1 second while I check something. I wanted to see. Oops. Hold on. Oh, there was Dr. Wolf's smile real briefly. He's a cutie. Come on, what the hell? Why can't I?
You tell us what the evidence gives the court and jury.
Oh, it's just going back the way I have it saved. Okay, hold on, guys. This is all verdict. Oh, here. This is what I want to see real quick.
The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Oh my God.
The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs.
Okay. Now, I have Ronnie the juror saved already. I just gotta go.
From the beginning, Kelsey.
I'll call this bang bang. Seriously? I will fuck you up. I will beat.
Doing
good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate this.
No worries.
Yes. So yeah, you were stuck behind a plow. I heard on your way in there. Wasn't Lucky Locker.
Yeah, of course.
It wasn't Lucky Locker, was it?
Yeah, I mean the snow, right? We're trying to beat the system, right?
Well, let me start off with that, right? There's actually an interesting video that I just saw come out that somebody took driving by 34 Fairview Road. And I want to have you visited 34 Fairview Road, obviously, on like the first week of the trial, right?
That's correct.
What were your thoughts when you saw 34 Fairview Road and the car parked outside, in the lawn? What did you think of the whole scene there?
It was surreal. I think it was very interesting to be able to see the atmosphere. It would have been nicer to see it in a little bit more with some snow, just to see what would that look like. But we were trying to observe the area and the environment at the time.
Well, funny you should mention that. So this is people love to do this. This is what somebody just drove by like an hour or two ago, 34 Fairview Road. And this is the perspective that 7 or 8 of the witnesses would have seen. And then John's body, of course, was later found right about here. Okay. And let me just ask you something right now, right? So they want us, the prosecution contends and the prosecution witnesses contend, I believe it was Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Caitlin Albert and Tristan Morris. They all drove directly by this spot while it was snowing at like between 1 and 2 in the morning. Every single one of them says that they didn't see a body on the front lawn right there. If you had seen this visual during the trial, would that have made it harder to believe that they could, if a body was there, that they wouldn't have seen it?
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting because there were no pictures of what the body looked like at the time, right? So nobody took pictures of before they moved the body or moved the patient. We don't know what it really looked like, but looking at that, it's kind of hard to believe you can't see anything. But again, it's hard to say that you couldn't see it, and it's also hard to say that you could. I mean, it's all speculation in that respect, but it'd be hard, somebody who's that large, to not be able to see something there.
Right. So, when we talked before, you said that you were one of 2 jurors who wanted to ask the Judge Cannoni, about whether or not you were, first of all, do you confirm that it was a 12-0 vote for acquittal on murder and leaving the scene of an accident?
That is correct. So that was what the entire group agreed upon. That being said, it was confusing because we didn't have very clear direction on if it was all or nothing. In other words, if all 3 convictions had to be 100%. So that's why the response that it was that we were continued to need to deliberate because it was not clear on that one charge. So the one charge that we were not very clear on and not everybody was in agreement with was essentially the manslaughter charge, involuntary manslaughter. So that was the one that we were not clear on. But the other 2 charges, which was essentially second-degree murder as well as leaving a scene of an accident, was very clear. We all 12 agreed that was not the case. Right. So,
right. And when did you guys start voting? So the first day you guys went and deliberated, it was closing arguments, right? And then you had like half a day there to deliberate. And then you came back, I don't know what day of the week it was, but you came back the next day, you had a full day of deliberations. When is the first time you guys took like a tally? And like when you said, okay, did you guys start with that? And did you say like, let's see where we stand right now? Or how'd that work?
I think we wanted to read, essentially the first day, we kind of took it all in. And after that, then we started to do a vote. We clearly didn't have a timeline, or I can't recall exactly the exact timeline on when we first decided on some of those essentially convictions. However, it was very clear that each time we made a vote, we wanted to make sure that we read the charges. So very clearly read the charges and understand the charges each time.
So to believe that Karen Reed was not guilty of murder, that means that none of you, even if they thought that she did it for some reason, not a single person on that jury thought that she did it on purpose, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the whole motivation with about the Aruba trip with the Sullivan girls, and she's all angry. So that didn't really play well with you guys. That wasn't convincing.
It wasn't convincing. No.
Okay.
And there wasn't enough evidence for one way versus the other, but clearly not enough evidence, or there was doubtful evidence. So
okay.
Yay, Stefan!
you guys,
sorry, I was
were
all
hung
into the Turtle
on
Boy
that
and,
second charge.
juror number
And
one.
I believe
Ronnie
the
is a
count,
juror
correct me
here.
if I'm wrong, was 6-6, right? For a bit. And you were one of the 6
Ronnie,
for not
check
guilty
that.
on manslaughter initially, correct?
Correct.
And then came the Tui Rodriguez charge. And that's kind of like a, come on, guys, you got to give it your best shot, get back in there. And then that's when things, what was the atmosphere like in there? Was there bully sessions going on? Was there people trying to urge people that, come on, we got to do this for the O'Keefe family. They deserve some sort of justice. We got to do something. What was it like in there?
It was deliberation. So clearly, one of the things that were happening is we were trying to examine all the evidence and looking into holes for the case, whether on one side versus the other. And ultimately, that's what led to some people swaying in one direction, and then some people remaining and standing their ground. Some people essentially remained and stood their ground the entire time. And I think that was, I think it's important to see that in terms of the justice system and having this 12-panel jury. I think it would have been one way or the other if it was left to a very small group or only a few individuals. But given the circumstances that it was left to 12 individuals that have to ultimately come up with the same decision, I think is a very good system as it is.
So it's a couple people changed their mind though. So there must have been some leaders in that room. Have you ever seen the movie 12 Angry Men?
Yes.
It's a classic. So obviously in that movie, Henry Fonda is very convincing. He has a strong personality and he's able to sway 11 angry men to come to his side. So surely like the vote was 6-6 and then it went 9-3 for guilty. So I'm guessing there must have been some dominant personalities in that room.
That's just crazy.
And who would you say that? Would you say the foreman was one of those and an engineer? Is that correct?
I think a lot of people were strong in that room in that they were opinionated, and based on their opinions and their level of expertise and what we were given in terms of evidence, that's how we ultimately arrived at that conclusion, or each individual arrived at that.
Okay, I was going to say you guys didn't come to a conclusion because you hung.
Correct.
And so it was 9-3, and you kind of wavered a little bit, right? Like they convinced you one way, and then like what you told me last time was it was 9-3, and you were kind of on the fence, and then you kind of came back, and there was 8-4. Is that an accurate depiction of what happened? Would you say it ended in 8-4 for guilty to not guilty?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, correct me if I'm wrong, you told me that you and one other juror wanted to ask the Judge Cannoni, whether or not you were allowed to acquit on two of the charges and hang on the third, and that the foreman said, no, we're not going to do that. We have to decide on it's all or nothing.
So it was not a question of whether we can acquit. It was a question on, can we make decisions on each individual conviction independently of each other
individual charge,
versus,
right,
so that was the question. It wasn't necessarily.
Right. So acquittal, conviction. Yeah. So like but you wanted to ask the judge, are we allowed to come to a decision on two of the charges and hang on the third? And the foreman said, that's not going to happen. No.
And it wasn't necessarily just the foreman, but there was a bunch of other opinionated individuals also kind of saying that, no, I think we have to look at it as a whole as opposed to independent. But clearly the person who was in charge at the time was the foreman. So his word or their word was more pronounced.
So those notes that he would write,
Terry,
were those group efforts, those notes, or
thank you?
Like, I mean, they were well written. Obviously, a lot of people have talked about those notes, and the SJC in particular looked at those notes, and he used the word charges plural, and that was a big this SJC cited that a bunch of times. He said that we are deeply divided on the charges, he said. And did you guys come up with that note together, or did he write that himself, or did ChatGPT write it? How did that get written?
It was written by the foreman in collaboration with all the other jurors. So we all looked at it. We all kind of accepted it as such. Again, it was one of the questions that we wanted to ask the judge was for clarification on can we look at these charges individually? But ultimately, that kind of question was put down, and essentially we had no choice but to just, again, based on the group, right, or majority rule, to say that we were just going to ask one question, or it's an all or nothing scenario, as opposed to can be treated individually from each other or independently from each other.
A lot of people would say
that
if they were in that situation and they were not being allowed to talk to the judge, they would say, well, too bad, they would make a bigger stink about it. How did you feel about that? Do you feel like after this happened, do you feel badly for Karen Reed that, that she was acquitted? You were in that room. You guys all voted a bunch of times. And, if you had just known, if it had been communicated to you better, if, you're not, the whole thing was just seemed like you're not professional jurors. That's the way one of the jurors put it, is like, I'm not a professional juror. It's my first time doing a murder trial. I don't know how this works, but I know we acquitted her, and this seems like a technicality. Do you think Karen Reed got the shaft?
Yeah, I think it's totally unfortunate because we just weren't well informed. And you're right, we're not professional jurors. We don't know how the law works. And it's kind of sad that, or unfortunate that we don't have that kind of view from an individual. So if we're in law, we would know how it's supposed to work. But from somebody who's new to becoming a juror or being a juror, we wouldn't know how the system really works. So it was very unfortunate circumstances.
I talked about it earlier.
So just random question. I have so many questions, obviously, but one question is, you're obviously of Asian descent, and during the trial, there was one point where they were reading Matt McCabe's text messages out loud, and David Yannetti was cross-examining him, and he was reading them. And Matthew McCabe said something about like the Asian house. And I thought that was, I knew there was two Asian members of the jury. And I'm like, I wonder if they did that on purpose. Did that come across to you as at all offensive or anything like that? Him calling it the Asian house next door?
I think borderline kind of, I think it's borderline kind of offensive, but I don't think of it as offensive because I was born and raised here. So I think I looked at it as just somehow a descriptor, but I can see how some people would be offended by that kind of terminology.
Well, I think the defense was hoping you would be offended particularly by that. I think that's why they had him read it, is because he called it the Asian house. And I wasn't in the courtroom for that one because I wasn't allowed to be in there when Matt McCabe testified, but so I didn't get to see the reactions of the two Asian members of the jury.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if it landed or not, but you were there on obviously the closing day of closing arguments, and Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Jennifer McCabe walked into court and sat with the O'Keefe family, and just the way they were positioned, they were staring directly at you. How did you feel about that?
It was a little intimidating. And I say intimidating, it was just at the end. I think we're all at that point where we want this to have some closure. And I think it was slightly intimidating to see everybody there and all the players there, to some respect. I wouldn't say so much that I was fearful, but intimidated by everybody staring at me, right? So, or looking at me, and I say me, but it really is the group, right? The jury.
Yeah, all 15 of you that were up there and sat through 3 months of this, and you didn't get paid. I mean, they didn't really pay you for this, like $50 a day or something you got.
Yeah, some small amount. Yes.
So you gave up all this time, and God bless you, because it was hot sometimes in that courtroom, and it was a lot of the testimony was incredibly boring. I lived for this shit, and even I was bored by some of it. And I looked, and sometimes jurors were falling asleep because Adam Lally can just put you to sleep sometimes. How do you feel about the fact that you gave 3 months of your life to this, and ultimately the result was nothing?
I feel that we kind of failed the system in that we were charged with this responsibility and we came up with certain decisions, but at the end, it was not kind of looked at or taken into consideration in terms of some of the charges. And I think that was a failure of the system. And it is a disappointment. But that being said, I think it was a very good learning experience to be able to see the justice system. I wish that it had worked out for everybody and there was closure all across the board. But right now, there's no closure for the O'Keefe family and for the Reeds, right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing there.
So you are an EMT, which is such a unique job, it's particularly for this case. And at the scene,
he's an EMT.
The EMTs were the kind of the first people to testify, and I think they interviewed like 8 or 9 of them. And 2 of them, no, I apologize, 3 of them testified that they heard Karen Reed say, "I did it, I did it, I did it." If you came across a car accident or something like that with a dead body on the road, and there was a woman screaming, "I did it, I did it, I did it," would you tell the police what she said, like then and there, and this woman's confessing to a crime?
I honestly would focus on taking care of the patient and not necessarily focusing on that individual. That being said, if that individual was my patient, then obviously I would need to disclose that information to law enforcement. But at that time, if my patient was Mr. O'Keefe, then I would focus on Mr. O'Keefe and his resuscitation first and foremost.
To be focusing on John O'Keefe's resuscitation. Yeah. So when they got there, the ambulance got there. They were there for about a couple minutes trying to resuscitate him, and then they immediately put him on a gurney, put him into the ambulance, and got him out of there. And you must have come across fatalities many times, I'm guessing. Must. I mean, God bless you. I don't know how you guys do it, but I'm assuming you've seen too many dead bodies. When that happens, you've come across car accidents, I'm assuming, many times too?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the protocol? Like, what would the protocol in a situation like this be? Do you think that the police and the first responders handled this in a way that you would expect it to be handled? Like, not as far as not putting crime scene tape up or anything like that?
I don't think it was as coordinated as it should be. And I don't know if that's a fault of necessarily each individual or a problem with the system, in that maybe they didn't have the proper training, or they should have asked more resources to actually make sure that it was done well. But I have to admit, it does not seem like it was done well in any way, shape, or form.
Shocks me.
So, are you qualified to look at, like, a person's body after they're deceased and determine cause of death? Is that something you're familiar with as an EMT, or is that not something you're trained to do?
That's not my forte. I'm not necessarily, all I know is based on what is provided to me in terms of evidence, but I'm not in any way, shape, or form a educated person on pathology.
Well, luckily, there were 2 experts provided by the federal government from a company called ARCA that testified, 2 doctors, and they were the last 2 witnesses to go. And they both testified that, according to the physics, the science and the physics, the injuries to John O'Keefe are not consistent with being hit by a car. and the damage to the vehicle is not consistent with hitting a pedestrian. And so those guys are, doctors, PhDs, they do this for a living, etc. And in order to find Karen Read guilty of manslaughter, you have to listen to the ARCA experts and say, I don't believe them. So how did 8 jurors reach the conclusion that those guys didn't know what they were talking about?
Oh, that's hot.
It was as a direct result of Karen was there at that time, and John was there at the time, and it was believed that John died there, therefore, right, at that location, and therefore it seemed like, and everybody, all the witnesses were suggesting that he was never inside the house, and as a direct result,
And you
the
never considered
assumption,
the
or
fact
if
that
you
they were
connected the
lying?
dots based on the evidence that was provided to us, it seemed like there was some sort of collision with the car, and therefore there was damages to the vehicle. And with the damages to the
Oh my
vehicle,
God, I'm seriously
and
like, what?
that
you
both individuals were there and present, that the cause must have been, or somehow, some sort of involvement by Miss Reed. So that was how they all arrived at.
But how did they reconcile? Was the ARCA testimony brought up by the people that thought that she was not guilty? Did they? I'm sure somebody in that room must have said, but these experts are telling us that that's not possible. And what was the answer to that? Like, did people say that that these guys are bullshit artists, that they're fake doctors? Like, what was the reason not to believe them?
I think the major rebuttal was, we don't know. And that was the other thing. It was very ambiguous on why these individuals were testifying. And so there was a question in the group on their essential integrity, in terms of, were they there as a direct result of somebody else trying to steer us in a different direction and confuse the jury. So it wasn't sure if it was insurance. It wasn't sure if it was, whether the Reeds were doing it, somebody else was doing it, or yourself was doing it to bring this group to try to testify, so that it would sway the jury in one direction or the other. And that, I think that was one of the things that was, again, unfortunate, because I guess it cannot be said or didn't want to be revealed to us on what were the circumstances.
Okay. Thanks, Dodo. Oh, bye, Yummy. Have a great one. So my biggest thing with this interview already is these jurors, first and foremost, I forgot that they thought ARCA was an insurance company. So I guess in a way, I mean, I really can't, but that's just my thinking. I know people take insurance companies and they're bullshit certain ways, right? But when you have someone like Trooper Paul on the stand, who's taken a couple classes and can't even explain his ass from the hole in the ground, and then you have people that have the kind of degrees and experience and education as ARCA, as Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, like, how do you reconcile in your brain, no matter where they're from, that somehow Trooper Paul and his bullshit is more credible than ARCA, no matter where they're from? And then for them, this whole, like, I know that they didn't like bombard the jury with the word corruption or they didn't even use the term bias that much in the trial. But it was clear as day what they were getting at with Proctor and his text messages, and then of course the cover up with the fucking butt dial. What does this guy say about the butt dials? I'd love to hear that. Oh my god. Okay, so let's keep watching. I'm flabbergasted by what took over so far. This guy has said what was the main discussions in that jury room. Because I'm sorry, I would have been like, yeah, you can't butt dial on a smartphone. And so, like, his statement that, like, we had this many people on the stand saying John never came in the house. My first response would be, are they lying? Because what are they doing up all night, calling each other, and then destroying their phone? And seriously, I sure would like to hear what he says about that. Yeah, I agree, Moni. Like, it goes back into what I was listening to this bullshit when she was giving the juror instructions about you can't make a thing on bias and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you're one to talk. Look who's reading these instructions. And then to say that I think it was more biased to not say who they were from because they had to draw their own conclusions. Even though they were told not to, it's human nature to do that. Like he said, the ambiguousness of it, like who are these guys? To me, that's insane.
Circumstances of why those individuals were testifying, other than they were testifying for the defense.
Because now obviously now that the trial is over, that they're not even defense experts, they're FBI. They were available to both sides, and only the defense called them. But it seems like the conversation in the room went, and they said some people were suggesting maybe they were the insurance company, of course, because of course an insurance company would benefit from not having an automobile collision. Obviously, they wouldn't have to pay anything out. Or me, how did people thought I paid the ARCA guys? That's wild.
Like anybody, somebody was trying to try to sway the jury in one direction versus the other.
Wow.
I'm not that powerful, I promise you. I can't afford those guys. But so that's basically the reason that they came up with they said they heard all their testimony, and then they said, nah, those guys are just probably paid off by the insurance company. We're going to disregard everything that they said.
Yeah, and one of the other reasons is because there was the other testimony of the individual from the dog bite expert and all of the other things that the defense was trying to bring up, that again wasn't sure if it was just to try to confuse or sway the jury in one direction versus the other, or create a jury which was created reasonable doubt, and therefore the vote had to be in one direction versus the other.
Wow.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that some of the jurors in the room were saying that all of this defense third party culprit thing, a dog biting John, this is all bullshit. This is all a smokescreen, and all these people, this dog bite expert they're bringing in, this is all a distraction from the fact that Karen Reed ran John over. Is that an accurate portrayal of what people were saying in that room?
That is correct.
Wow.
Okay. So in order to believe that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, you have to believe that, and that John O'Keefe didn't go inside the house. you have to believe all of the McAlberts who testified. And so am I correct in saying that they found the McAlberts to be convincing witnesses and truth tellers?
Correct.
No.
And I will say that that's to some respect, not only to say it's correct, but also to some respect, because there were some individuals who just looked at the facts. Again, the clear fact that Karen was operating a vehicle and drove the vehicle to that location, 34 Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
And then ultimately John O'Keefe lay at rest and died on essentially that address. And so everybody else is saying that he never entered the premises, therefore she must be at fault because he clearly did not just injure himself there. So
did anybody suggest that maybe the McAlberts are not being truthful, that maybe he did go inside? I assume somebody in the room, the not guilty voters, must have said that these people are lying, obviously. And what did people say to that? I mean, did some people believe at least that they weren't being honest?
I think the individuals who believe that she was not guilty was because of the mere fact that was not
having that reaction right now.
So the injuries to John O'Keefe,
are you fucking serious? But at least
ultimately did not add up to the damage to the vehicle.
He always does.
And what ultimately injured him was, or led to his death, was a injury to his head, which was not very clear that type of damage could have occurred on the vehicle. And there was no damages on the vehicle that would indicate that kind of situation.
Yeah, I bet they do.
So for those who were skeptical, that's what they were looking at.
Yeah, the Commonwealth alleges that his arm, I still can't believe they said this theory, that the arm was out and that the arm is what caused the taillight basically acted as a knife and just sliced his arm up and then caused him to spin and then land 30 feet on the grass. And the gash in the back of the head came from hitting the grass, which they said was so hard that it somehow caused the gash in the back of his head. People really believe that?
Pretty much the beginning of this interview.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people in the room, some people who were experts in science.
That's not a good thing, though, when you have a judge
in physics or have some knowledge of physics, necessarily believe that as the case, given the circumstances, that it was not very clear.
Mm-hmm.
But again, some individuals just believed at the circumstance that Karen and John were there at the same time, and John ultimately was killed.
And the texturing date is what you mentioned to me a lot.
People are so dumb to think that just because you're in the same spot as someone who dies, that you are responsible. Is that what he's literally saying right now? That people in that jury room were like, well, she was there and he died there, so ergo, she guilty. Are you fucking kidding me right now? And KDD, I'll put it a little more bluntly. You're putting it nice. They're massive lack of common sense. Like, they just fucking stupid. I'm sorry. But if you were to convict people based on their physical location, are you seriously? That's just fucking stupid.
A lot last time, and you said that was what the guilty people really stuck to was the text stream data. What was so convincing about the text stream data for them?
That's what was
it was a combination of
what was going through my head.
the speed, and suddenly there's an increase in speed and a decrease in speed, consistent with maybe somebody backing up. And so that, looking at that, was kind of convincing that she must have accelerated in a backwards motion. And then
even though that 24 miles an hour in reverse 62 feet thing, there was no time associated with that. It was measured in what's called key cycles, and they couldn't explain, like, at least they didn't say for sure, like, this happened at 12:32. For all we know, that event could have happened at another time or another place, because they didn't give us a time. But people were pretty convinced, just based on that alone, that yeah, that's proof positive that it happened at that exact same time.
I think it was a combination of, again, the circumstance that both individuals were there. There's evidence of a broken tail light, the injury to John, and the injuries that John sustained. And then ultimately, that texting data was just another piece that indicated, yes, there must have been some movement. It was very interesting, though it wasn't very clear. And I think I said this last time, that it would have been nice to have somebody who is an expert in that.
Because you guys say I can't hear me. Okay, so yeah, I have so much I want to say, but like, I can't believe this. This is not what I expected when I was when I heard that, you know, Turtleboy did an interview, and I was like, okay, sweet, we're gonna end the trial with this interview so we can get some insight in the jury room. And even with some of the facts I was already told from this interview, like, I am shocked as all hell that this is the shit I'm actually hearing right now. He's literally basically saying that people in that jury room are like, oh, she was there and he died there, so she's guilty. That is fucking stupid. Yeah, I agree there too. I would have been like, I would have been making the weirdest faces and been like, are you fucking serious right now? Yeah. I saw this. I had to go back up. Sorry, I missed a couple. So, yeah, he's infuriating me a whole bunch. And then Katie says, yes, this is the AA meeting for that. Because seriously, let's just shit on Ronnie the juror, who is smirking like this is fun. Like, I don't get the smirk he's got going on through this thing. And then to say this shit that he's saying, I mean, thank God, I have to say, at least he was one of the ones that was apparently not guilty by the end of it. But, oh, the chat that night was roasting the shit out of him. Oh, let me turn the chat back on then, because I got to see this. Hold on. How do I turn the chat back on? Oh, here, open panel. All right. I got to see this shit. Here we go.
Or somebody who has knowledge of that type of data from that company, right? From Lexus or whatever company, right? And to provide some information on.
It says this one, right? The very first one, besides the bang bang, I see is critical thinking skills, people. Just wow. This is scary. Yeah. Whoa.
If that can be accurate and what causes it to actually occur. So, for example, like I was saying, or I was thinking, like right now, as I'm driving home, right, my car could have slipped and that could have triggered something, right, to suggest that maybe that will make a trigger that I'm driving kind of erratically, but it's not because of me, it's because of the ice and the snow on the roadway causing that to occur, which we all know that during this time frame, that's the type of weather that was being experienced by
So
Karen, during and all.
I paused the chat so I could scroll through it as we're listening. And I'm going to pull out some. I can't see my chat right now, so sorry, guys. But here we go. So this one, just pure stupidity. And then, like, what about Sallyport video being inverted? Like I already said. Let's see. I am shocked by the jurors thinking. See, someone else said what basically I did. That's the least of the fact. The foundation. Karen was there. John was there. That's it. So they were there. So she must be guilty. Holy moly. Someone wrote, anybody would know that those were fucking dog bites on his arm. How these clowns couldn't see that totally scares me. People are stupid. Seriously. Oh, hold on. I'm coming back to my chip. Bowtie Ronnie wasn't too sharp. Oh, that's why I paused the chat on TV so I could go through it and stop on some good comments. I'm not going to just let it fly by because I know how his chat is. TV was trying to be polite too, but at times his face had no filter. Yeah, I mean, look at his face right now. Like, seriously. I can't believe this, dude. Sad that there were that many stupid people in one room. Yeah. Like I've been saying with everything that we've been going over and talking about, like, it truly, when I say I fear for the human race, these are the reasons why. We have this many stupid people, especially when they're congregating together. Whoo. Oh, yeah. TB last night, his chat. I don't chat. I don't ever really chat in TB's chat anymore. It's normally always too fast and crazy. I say hi to people and that's pretty much it. Sometimes I'll make a statement or something, but most people aren't going to read it because it just flies on by. I can't concentrate when the chat goes by that. So I don't even try to read people's comments. On Friday night, Baker's chat was so fast. Like, oh yeah, it was. I was losing it. Got Zach to send a super chat to tell Baker to slow it down. Yeah. It was in there. Yeah, because Baker's chat doesn't normally go fast. As soon as it starts speeding up to the point where I can't even read one, like I'm done. I can't. TB's chat last night was making me suck to look at it. It was so fast. Yeah. That's how I get. I can't even look at it because it'll just drive me crazy and give me a headache. Yeah, agreed. With this whole grinning and like you're right. Glib is a perfect word for it, Moni. Like seriously, he's just like whatever. All right, let's see what else I can find. Let's listen to a little more.
All individuals, I should say, during this time frame.
So if the defense had an expert from Toyota or whatever that could explain, like, is there anything that could make it look like you went a certain velocity and you really didn't? Maybe your tires were spinning, maybe the RPMs were up. That would have been a good. Just
because we're talking about it, we're right under Scott McGinnis's comment. It says, I'm going to puke. Chat is moving too fast. And poor Scott says, I am not a managing moderator. I can't slow this down. Wow.
Good witness for them to call.
I think that would have been helpful. That was definitely would be a helpful piece.
Okay, I have a question. Anybody who knows Crazy Lana, is this Lana D Turtle or Del Turtle? That Lana? Does anybody know? Because she was like a diehard Turtle fan, right? And then went cuckoo. Yeah, I don't know how he does it either. Half the time the chats he pull up, I never even saw. Me too. He always gets the one that like pisses him off. Like last night, he's like, permanent ban. Keep your $5. Like those. He always finds those. I don't know how he does it either. Yeah, exactly. Like he did it last night. It was so fucking funny. Yep, see? You agree. Melmax does the same thing I did. He always manages to catch the negative ones. It's always the ones telling him what to do with his channel or his chat or whatever. And he just zeroes in on those. It's freaking hilarious. Yeah, it's amazing. And he rips them hard. He's just like, banned for life. I don't care about your $5 a month. Keep it. Yeah, see, that's what I was asking. This Lana, it's right here, right in the middle of the chat, above the 2 red exclamation points. It's Lana Del Turtle. Says, but did the Commonwealth prove the timing beyond a reasonable doubt? And I've only learned about Lana, Crazy Lana, in the last like couple weeks. But from what I've learned, I thought she was like a diehard Turtleboy fan, and then she just went crazy. She just got TBDS, apparently. You don't know who Lana is, but that's not shocking. I know none of the people for some reason. That's fine. I didn't know who Lana was either until a couple weeks ago. So she's got a channel called Truth and Transparency or something like that. And she's just nuts. She thinks, let's put it this way, KDD. She thinks Brian Kohlberger and Chris Watts are innocent. And let's leave it at that. Gotta love a good TB rant, 100%. Oh, there's 2 different people. There's a Lana de Laguna. Okay. That's why I asked if that was her. I mean, I'm sure there's not only one Lana in the world, but I just wondered if that was her or not, because it was funny to see her in the chat if it was. That's not Lana. Okay, thank you, Carrie. Joy, what's up? Hey, sweetie. All right, let's continue a little bit.
Okay. Let's talk about reasonable doubt.
This entire interview is
when going back and listening to it all. You know, the defense gave you this story about what they think happened, how John O'Keefe went in the house, he was beaten up, and he was left outside to die on the lawn, and then Karen Reed was framed there after the fact. All right. And what I didn't hear much from the defense in their closing arguments was about what reasonable doubt was. Did you guys discuss what reasonable doubt was in the jury room? Was that made clear what that was? Because how, some of the things that you're saying right now is reasonable doubt. Even the arguments that Karen Reed, from the people that believe Karen Reed is guilty, they're making arguments for reasonable doubt. Did you guys understand what reasonable doubt was?
I believe we did, and that's where we kind of essentially got stuck, is because
everybody is saying, ask about butt dials. Ask about butt dials. That was my first thing. What, seriously?
I think that's why it ended up as a hung jury. It's because we kept rehashing that second charge, in that some of us felt there was enough reasonable doubt and some of us did not. And not that we're trying to coerce anybody or try to convince anybody to vote one way versus the other.
But did they understand what reasonable doubt was?
I think everybody had a clear picture of it. That being said, I don't know if everybody wanted to vote in a particular way based on the reasonable doubt.
Now you obviously were sequestered, not sequestered.
Erica Walsh writes, "This is fucking bullshit." I agree, Erica. Like, this is ridiculous.
But you were like not supposed to go home and watch any of this, consume any of this. I don't know if other jurors were. I'm assuming if you weren't, and even if you were, you probably wouldn't tell me, at least not on the show.
Oh,
so assuming
Harry,
nobody,
okay, hold on,
that everybody actually followed.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm good. It's good to see you, Joy. I'm glad to see everybody today. Every day is every day. But yeah, Curry, that night that he was like, "Fuck this drama-free shit," like, I'm just done. That was awesome, especially after how long he did end up holding out. It was like everybody was like talking about it through his whole drama-free period. Everyone's like, I can't wait till he just goes off. And then it happened. It was epic. Laura De Laguna is an attorney who used to go on Turtleboy Live, but I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I agree there, Shelley. I don't think they have any clue what reasonable doubt is. The funniest thing I ever seen TB say was his bloopers, and I got a cramp and never laughed so hard. Oh, where's his bloopers? Dude, send me the link, Joy, or is it I want to watch it. We'll watch it together after Ronnie the juror, because, dude, I need some laughs after this fucking shit. Like, seriously. You could see it coming. I didn't know when it was going to end, to be honest. I know he was trying to get through his hearing. Sorry, I got to take my Motrin for the day. Give me a second. I truly, like, everybody was just waiting for it, though, I know. Yeah, you guys in Texas, it's already hot down there. We're enjoying a nice 70-degree weather day today, and I love it. Springtime. I miss the flowers and everything. I just love the smell of the fresh air when it goes from freezing to even in upper 50s. Just cracking open the window and breathing in some warmer air. It's everything. All right, so let's get into some more of this, and then I need the bloopers.
Followed, that order. They didn't read up about this case, et cetera, while this was going on. Do you think that, is it even possible for a kid? Like, how do you guys do that? Like, how do you go home every day and not turn the TV on and not have bias when it comes to this story during this trial?
Turtleboy.
So it was very interesting because we tried, or it was one of those things where you do what you're asked. And I think it was a honest and trustable jury in that we all followed the rules. which is not to watch TV, diet from that, diet from reading the news or any of the tickers, and not pay attention to those things. Or if something were to come up, we were required to report it as such, that we had some sort of interaction. But like I said, most of us, I should say all of us, were pretty good about it. And we just, dieted from the news and the media.
All right. So I'm sure a million people have questions. So I'm going to read some questions that we have from Turtle Riders in the chat here, because I'm sure there's a bunch. Okay. Our first one, this is a $10 one from Jay. And again, if you guys are going to write them in, keep them brief. I will not read your freaking paragraph questions. So keep it brief. So how do you overlook paramedics' omission of possible this is from Jay for $10. Possible vehicle strike in the report narrative? The radio report to the hospital and the other report are both available to be examined, and would have been two opportunities for this medic to have reported document if it actually happened.
So I think one of the things there is, it would have been nice if that was all documented per se. Again, the jury is limited on what we are actually able to see in terms of the documentation. So we are only given a certain piece of the document.
That means James is a Taurus. Uh-oh. I've had bad luck with Tauruses in my past. Males, Taurus, not females. But yeah. Although I've had bad luck with Geminis too, and my son's a Gemini who's sweeter than sweet. So can't generalize them all, I know. Thanks, Joy. You're amazing. You guys are all, thank you. You guys are so awesome. I love y'all. Oops.
Documentation, and majority of it is based on the testimony of the individual. So the individual can read the document, or they need to read the document and then kind of say it out loud to the jury, and that's what's provided to us.
Next question here. This is a random one. Lem sends for $50. Long time, first time. Could you please ask the juror if they ever followed Turtleboy, Olivia Lambo, or Joe Flipperhead? Do you follow any of those accounts on Twitter? Did you follow Turtleboy before any of this? You probably know who I was. That's okay.
Sorry, first time to learn about any of those, and in fact, first time I learned about Dr. Turtleboy was when I got contacted. So
okay, got it, Joy. Thank you.
Pronouns. All right. So do you have, now that the trial's over, have you consumed any of this, or you just went back to your life like whatever?
I think, as at least for me, and I believe the majority of the jury, we all wanted to just go back to our normal lives, and we haven't really followed much of it other than knowing full well just occasionally that it was a hung jury, and that it's probably going to be retried, and we know that it's being retried, and we know the date, but I honestly have not gone and searched anything or researched much.
Okay, so I looked up Turtleboy bloopers. It's this one that popped up is only a minute long. Is there a longer one, or is this it? Hold on. Let's get some comedic relief here, because Ronnie the juror is infuriating. Ronnie sounds like Urkel. Oh, hold on. There's no sound.
Oh, fuck. Shit. I got a cramp. Oh, man, my leg. Hold on. Hold on. This happens sometimes.
Ow.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I got to stretch more. All right, we're good. We got that out of there. What does for you even mean? This is what comes up when you search for you.
Not YouTube. Hold on a second. Let me go to YouTube. Here we go. I don't even use Facebook anymore.
I got a cramp. Oh man, my leg. Hold on. Hold on. This happens some times. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I got to stretch more. All right, we're good. We got that out of there. What does for you even mean? This is what comes up when you search for you. You get a cat? Oh my God, for fuck's sake. We're going to lose. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem.
Hold on. What people tell me, what the fuck is for you? Do I even want to know? Because whatever it was had to be blurred out there. Am I going to have, if I learn to look it up, is it the same reaction I'm going to look up when I looked up Bukkake like a moron? Like, I regret that still to this day. Looking up what the fuck that was. No, no. Okay, I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. No. Well, no, I sure as hell wouldn't look it up live either because I know it's blurred out. So I know it's not something you can do, but I don't want to look it up even like in private if it's something. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Like, I remember for the longest time, I didn't know what Bukkake meant. And everyone's like, don't look it up. Don't look it up. But you know me, like, I couldn't help myself after so long and hearing that. I'm like, I got to know what it is. And then I instantly regretted it. Like, that was dumb.
We're going to have to, we might lose this one. I did not know this would happen. Hashtag for you. So he's using hashtags for like gay dudes beating off.
Okay. So he tells me what it is. Thank you, Turtleboy. Now I don't have to look it up, and I definitely don't want to. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Shelly. You still don't know what it means? Well, he just said, silly. Listen, it's literally in the words on the screen. And here's the rest of it.
So embarrassing. I went running today. It's like, hey, I gotta say, ow, fucking shit, that fucking hurts. Oh, shit. Because, dude, you guys can't. I'm like yelling into this thing. Oh, time out. Hold on. Hold on.
Great.
Time out. This actually fucking hurts. Everything was fine 2 minutes ago. Did that fix it? Oh, there's like a million cords here now. My life. Oh, great. Awesome. The camera moved. Just what I need. Awesome.
And
I disappeared again. Great. I was just talking to myself, wasn't I? All right, hold on. This is all fucked up. Hold on. I got to fix this. Oh, hold on. No, that's not my cum face, Kelly. Stop it. All right. What the fuck's going on here? We're a little crazy today. A little bootleg. Hold on. It's feeling better. Oh, we're good. We're good. It's fixed. We're good. We're good. All right. Oh, fuck. Shit. I got a cramp.
I swear, that's just hilarious. Okay. Thank you for that, Toy. I know. Him and that mic, dude. I was just going to say, every time he talks and the mic's not working, it cracks me up because all you see for 10 minutes straight is a bunch of people putting muted. It's like, that's the one time he doesn't even catch one person that says, muted, you're muted, we can't hear you. And then he'll realize it and be like, oh, and literally rant about that for the next 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, bukkake is pretty gross. I'm sorry. If you don't know what it means and you haven't looked it up by now, please don't. You don't want to know. Who was that podcast guy that screwed him over? That's whose posts he was going over at the time. Podcast guy. I don't know. Does anyone know? No, I did not know what bukkake meant, Joy. So, I mean, who knows what that means? Did anybody seriously know what that meant right away without looking it up? Because if you did, I have more questions for you than those of us that didn't know what it meant. Just saying. I agree, Katie. These are awesome. He used to stream from his car and he'd be upside down. I've never seen that. That's too funny. Yeah, I agree. Some things are better left a mystery. You should see his review of the movie Frozen. Okay, let's look it up. Hold on. Turtleboy. Oops, I can't spell today. Turtleboy Frozen. Oh, here we go.
There's two chicks in this movie. There's Anna and there's Elsa. Elsa's the oldest sister and first in line to be queen. And Anna is like the redheaded Prince Harry dude. So she'll be nothing except the princess her whole life. Elsa, the oldest sister, is cursed. When she gets mad, she starts touching shit and it turns to like ice. My kids and everybody I talk to, they all love Anna. Anna is the worst character in the history of all Disney movies. I fucking hate that bitch. People don't like Elsa. Elsa's one of the greatest Disney characters of all time.
Two grown men.
Yeah, we're two grown men talking about Frozen. I just can't stand how she's like the freaking hero in this movie. So this chick, she meets this dude, Hans, like a freaking moron. She falls in love with him after about 20 minutes. They get freaking engaged. Why? Oh, because they sing a song together. And then they said sandwiches at the same time. And then they said Jinx, and it was so cute, and they were in love. Oh, for fuck's sake, what is wrong with you, girl? And now they're gonna get married. They just fucking met. This guy's a freaking king douchebag. There's this other dude, Kristoff. Kristoff is like a blue-collar, hard-working dude, running an ice business, not going so well because it's always freaking winter. Anna knows that Elsa's fucked up, but yet throughout her entire childhood, she wanted to be around her. Do you want to build a snowman? No, bitch, I'm cursed. Don't you get that? That's why I'm in my room. That's all Elsa wants to do is leave her the fuck alone. She wants to play all the time. Elsa, she becomes queen because her parents died, and at the coronation ceremony, everything's going fine. She's able to keep her disability under control. She didn't have to freeze a bitch. Then Anna
freeze a bitch.
Over. It's Elsa's big day, and she has to go and make it all about her. She's over there, and she's like, "Oh, we just got married. We're gonna get married. I'm in love." And Elsa's like, "That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life because I'm a fucking grown up and I'm Elsa. What the fuck is wrong with you?" "Oh, I love her. We just met. We're so in love." Elsa's like, "Yo, bitch, calm the fuck down." And she gets mad, and then her superpowers come out, and she starts freezing shit. And then they all call her a circus freak. Because Elsa is selfless, she runs off to be alone by herself. Why? Because she loves everyone, and she doesn't want to hurt them, and she realizes she's a freak, and she can hurt people. So Anna recruits Kristoff, who is useful to her now. Like, okay, we'll go in the morning. And she goes, "No, we'll go now." It's like, it's fucking nighttime. And guess what happens? On the way, they almost get eaten by wolves, and they have to jump across a fucking cliff. His brand new sled she has no insurance for, and he just finished the payments on, fucking burns. It obliterates somehow. Don't ask me how. Does she offer to pay for it? No. On foot to the mountain. And they get there, and she sees Elsa, and Elsa's like, I told you to get the fuck out of here. Oh, but I love you, I love you. And then she fucking freezes her. And now she is a frozen heart, and the rest of the movie becomes about Anna. How am I going to fix my frozen heart? Maybe it shouldn't be fixed. Maybe you should die. At the end, Anna becomes the hero. Oh, bullshit. That's my rant.
So we're going to call Elsa.
Yeah, we're going to call Elsa.
All right. Do you want to see one of my favorites of Turtleboy? Oh my God. I got to see if I can find it. Hold on. It's when he changes when he does his accents. It's so fucking hilarious. I love it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it, you guys. I swore he made a short of it. When he's talking about that, isn't her name Lisa? His internet mom. So funny. Yeah, his mood changes like so fast. Did she offer to pay for it? Yeah. What is that? I swear I saw a short of it. I know I did. It wasn't this long ago, I don't think. Sorry guys, it's so funny. It's worth the watch if by any chance you haven't seen it. Let's try this. Let's see what these are.
This was so funny. I loved when they showed this one. I should retweet this one. This is a good one.
Why isn't it?
These two boneheads
really
sat video there trying to game out how to protect Aiden's car in case he wrecked.
Hold on, guys.
This was so funny. I loved when they showed this one. I should retweet this one. This is a good one. These two boneheads really sat there trying to game out how to protect Aiden's car in case he wrecks it in an attempt to recreate Karen Reed's 24-mile-an-hour Evel Knievel in reverse stunt. I absolutely cannot. A lot of the messages are me and Richie. A lot of our planning here. And like by planning, I mean, let's go do this. Let's go talk to this person. Let's do this. So this is my messages with Richie. This one made me laugh. I enjoyed this one. This is the worst they could find, dude. This is crazy. This is how innocent I am. That this is like what they have for a scandal. September 21st. I'll be ready. I go, do you have any pool noodles? Do you have any pool noodles? Oh, what are we up to? What are they up to? I don't think so, but I can ask my parents if they have a pool. Don't worry if it's too much trouble. Want to hit something, but not fuck up the car. That was our plan, dude. I was going to set up some pool noodles and run into it just to see if I could hit them. You know what I mean? I was seeing if I could hit some pool noodles. I can't believe this shit.
Oh, look at
this was so funny.
Oh my God, too funny. Okay, hold on, guys. I want to find that one when he literally changes. He does the whole Lisa spiel. Like, I am gonna find the regular one because it is so funny. I wish Maylin would know. She's taking her nap. So, damn, if anyone knows, oh, isn't it one of these? Was it when he did the Jen Altman Truth Journey? I have a feeling it is, but let me see.
My name is Aiden Carney, known online as
Turtleboy, and is a senior editor.
When he goes over the messages with from Lisa. Maybe not. Because I know it had to do with the Alex stuff, but if anybody knows, please let me know. You type in YouTube, type in Turtleboy bloopers short. Oh, I already did that, and that's what the first one we watched. The other one didn't come up. This one's when he changes his act. He goes over his messages with that Lisa, his internet mom.
Recorded. She is secretly recording me, and I'm like, "Are you?"
All Jen. So hold on. Let me see if I have no concept of time right now, so it could have been longer ago than I'm really thinking it was, but I swore it wasn't that long ago. He sings One Shining Moment for the Ratchet Madness Championship? No fucking way. Okay, I gotta see that. Hold on. Damn. Why doesn't Turtleboy make his titles nice and easy so when you search them, you actually find them? But apparently he does not. It's Ratchet Madness. Yeah, Joy, I'm thinking of the one when he went over the messages with her and he changes, like he changes and he puts, fakes the accent and everything. Like, it's freaking hilarious. And I know he turned it into a short because it popped up the next day after I watched his live and I rewatched it because it was so funny. And yeah, I can't seem to find it. I need to start saving these things. So does he sing this? Oh, it was before Karen Reed. I got you. So I don't have any idea what year it would be. So I'll have to look it up for next time. But let's go back. I swear. Okay, so let's try Turtleboy and accents. Because it's so funny. Dude, what's this?
This is the best part. You should immediately be removed from your position and not be allowed the privilege to have a career in journalism. Actually saying that you should be removed from your position. By who? You know, I work for myself, right? So who's going to remove me? Me? You want me to remove myself? Let me think about that. No, I'm going to give myself a promotion instead. How about that? I'm not going to fire myself. I'm actually going to promote me. How do you like that? With stock options. It's going to be dope.
It's going to be dope.
Immediately.
That's funny. Ah! Is this it?
This was so
that's the one
funny.
I just watched. Damn it. All right. Well, sorry, guys. I'm probably boring the hell out of you now. So let's just do this. Hold on. Let's just watch a couple of shorts in a row because he does get the best clips out of his lives, I'll tell you. Enjoy some laughs. Yes, Joy. I'm just looking at the comments. When she told him she wanted to hug him like a mom. Yes. Like, I swear, I know it wasn't that long ago, but for some reason I can't seem to find the shorts. So let's just scroll through some shorts, minus the Kelsey ones, because those are just from last night.
Like the best thing they can come up with is cult. That's it. Because when you make it seem like a cult, then I've brainwashed you. And these people, they're just not thinking right. They're in a cult. And the second they go to the aisle of misfit losers with Krusty, then they're not in a cult anymore. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. This is stone cold jealousy. I am everything Randall will never be. Ever. I agree,
Turtleboy.
Successful, charming, handsome. People take pictures of me. Award-winning investigative journalist. What is Randall? Randall is a hood booger who lives, whose greatest life accomplishment, right, is talking about a recording for 3 months. That's it. Made a couple rap albums no one listened to. He hates it. Every time I go to Bernie and Phil's, it's like I know everybody there. Like I got everybody. They are jealous because they don't think I should have the amount of support that I have, and they have to come up with a way to explain it away. I mean, look at this.
Aiden Kearney, take some pictures, you loser.
Yeah, loser. Yeah, you know who has to take pictures with you, JFK or Randall? No one, because nobody knows who you are. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes your hood booger talk radio, bro. People know this. This is what makes them so mad. This is what really upsets them. Is they're just like, why does he have fans? Why does everywhere he goes, people want to take pictures with him? Why do people give him money? Why does he get like why? It's not fair. I should be getting money. People should want to take a picture with me. She's fighting for her life in the hospital because
high school I had like freakishly large balls, which I always just thought it was gifted. Turns out it's a hernia. And so your balls are not supposed
I
to be that
remember him
big.
talking about his.
And I, like, figuratively, everybody knows they have large balls, but not that large. It was like too large. It was like a freak show.
Let me ask you a legitimate question. And I don't know that this is true or not. I'm not saying it is or it isn't true.
Like
But
Ursula.
if you can't be around your daughter unsupervised, how is it you can put her on the bus?
I can be. Who said I can't be around my daughter unsupervised?
That's all over the internet.
Yeah, it's source all over the internet. That's the source. That's the source. In her circles, they say this, they say it enough time in their Twitter spaces, so it must be true. That's completely defamatory. Of course, Malara, what are you talking about?
What's your source for that? Who's your source?
Everybody's the source. It's
my
all over
daughter.
the internet, Aiden.
Well, first of all, Marie, that's a horrible rumor.
First of all, like to say, Marie, you got to be better than this, okay? It's all over the internet is not a source. You have to like say like who said this? Where is this coming from? And that's a horrible thing to say. Like you could just ask.
I gotta find something.
Bro, they got my whole phone. You wouldn't be in this situation if you kept your dick in the pants. Who the wants to keep their dick in their pants? I hate when people say that. You wouldn't be in this situation if you didn't keep your dick in your pants. Yeah, if you just never came or had an orgasm, everything would be fine. Life would be much simpler. Yeah, go. You keep your dick in your pants. Never have fun. I don't want to keep my dick in my fucking pants. Okay, I have way too much fun with it outside of my pants, as I should be able to. Okay, telling these people, don't keep your dick in your pants. How about I put my dick in your mouth instead? How about we do that? Can we do that so we can shut you the fuck up? Nobody wants to hear your bullshit about keeping your dick in your pants. Oh my God, exactly.
He puts things in just the simplest terms, I tell you, when he just goes off. Hey, Cheryl. You muted yourself again, Terry. What how do you do that? I don't even know how to do that.
So he's like, yo, I need a police escort because I'm
Well, get told.
Like an immobile, overweight, homosexual, drug addicted, loser with no job, piece of and no, excuse me, don't raise your voice. We're all talking normal here. Don't raise your voice. I'm not raising my voice. I'm showing you nothing but respect. Everyone here is being nice. You're the one getting angry.
She always does that too. She's always just like, excuse me, I show you nothing but respect. Well, I call you a loser, and you are a bad man who does this. They always like that. They always like take shots at you, but because they're not raising their voice, they think they're like the good person.
Why are you getting so angry? Me? Oh, you think I'm mean? Name 10 examples right now. Give me 10 examples right now when I was mean. I want to hear it. The real stupid should have been an abortion. The better part of you dribbled down your mother's leg during conception, piece of dog shit garbage.
Oh my God.
That's the real you. Just say it. Like an immobile, overweight, homosexual, drug
just like
addicted,
the perfect
loser.
roasters, I tell you.
This is heavy shit. When 3 armed, I think people should give money to Alex so that he doesn't have to live in a tent, because his ass got thrown out of Section 8 housing because he went down to the police station to file a false police report about getting molested as a child. And he went down there, and then they reported his ass to housing because you can't have no goddamn felons living in no Section 8 housing with no kids. But his bitch ass went down there anyway like a fucking idiot because 5150 convinced him that would be a good fucking idea to save her from a fucking lawsuit. And then this bitch ass is homeless now. And then some motherfucker named Randall up in Atlanta, who's from the streets of Lynn, him and his homeboy Jay Braille, who free Karen Ray, they done started one of them goddamn GoFundMes to raise money for him, but they didn't give shit. And even Auntie Nanny, she ain't giving shit. And God knows Astro ain't giving no shit over to him. I think people should give money to Alex.
All right,
so that he doesn't have to live
hold
in a
on.
tent. Because his ass got thrown out of.
Okay, so now that I know which one it came from, episode 851, you got to see that whole part because it's that fucking funny. 851. Okay, bear with me one moment. Now I just gotta find it. Bear with me just a couple more minutes, hopefully.
Well, and I'm like the easiest person ever because I don't own a house. The Cash App's here.
He could care less
What?
about the people giving him money.
The fuck else am I supposed to use it for but my own purposes?
Shoot. Oh, let's see.
I'm drinking alcohol. Look at me.
Oh,
Weird.
Peggy's text and John.
I
gotta. Isn't normally the shorts tell you exactly where it's from? So bear with me. Like I get so irritated when.
This. Is she employed? Is she not? I don't.
Okay,
you know,
James.
maybe we do a poll at the end, but I don't really want to turn that show
You
into
knew
that.
you wouldn't be doing it. Yeah, I get you, Terry. I swear that when you normally get, oh shit. When you look at a short, you can normally go right to the long version where the short is clipped from. But apparently, for whatever reason, I can't get there. So, bear with me one moment while I check something. Oops. There we go. It's at 1 hour and 32 minutes. Okay, I found it. So give me 1 second. Oh, we're right here.
All this, and we only said that stuff because Turtleboy, we were in a cult, right? We didn't actually mean any of that stuff. So you have to have that single fucking friend like that. So things are looking up. There you go. Next, Cyber Cakes for Justice sends $5 and goes, "Hi Aiden, I love how you put your kids above everything. Number one, you are a wonderful person. I missed the show last night, but spend time with the chat rats. So much fun. Not. They're great. I love the chat rats.
It didn't do it. What the hell? Hold on. If anyone knows how to do this, let me know. I really need to learn how to do this. See, there we go. It's so like what he has like time-stamped names. And yet there's not a single one that says like accents or Lisa. It's just all about Jen Altman. So I would assume it's got to be in there because that was when he was talking about it. So see it.
Behavior, aligning yourself with these for months. And she knows that. I've been supporting, and I will never be so quiet again. I mean, hold on. We'll get to some good. Again, drama sells, folks. By the way, if anybody wants their donations read tonight, speaking of selling, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. Pay whatever you want, say whatever you want, and I'll read your message out loud to the class. Or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy, and we can do it that way. All right. And blah, blah, blah. What a fucking liar she is. So that was harassing me. I know. She goes, tells me. This is what, like, so because somebody goes,
this is just
like, yeah, that's not worth $5. I mean, I feel bad for him, but I ain't giving him $5. Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck Dookie Dick. He can go fuck himself.
Hey guys,
his own $5. Because not this, the $189 proves that not a single one of these motherfuckers believes this. Not one. Well, these people do. The $189 people. Those ones believe it. I'll give them that. But that's about it. That's about it. I don't know if she lost her job or not. I don't care. It's none of my business. I never called her job. I never did anything like that. I never encouraged anyone to contact her job. Nothing like that. You know what I mean? But I'm also a grown-up who knows that, like, you exactly, or whoever is in charge of you over there, over and over. Oh, that's my ex-boyfriend. He used to come on the couch. Did he come on the couch or represent us? So, you know, that's just a pro tip for all people in general. 147,000 followers. Oh my goodness gracious. However will I survive? Imagine if the gets down to 145. Oh my God. Then I'll really be in trouble. Except I survived with 20,000. Fell out. Obviously, maybe. Shit. He makes me laugh. His
I'm
impression
gonna have to give up. But
of Space's Nina. Can we listen to that just for a moment, real quick? Eventually, we're going to get to the content.
When he does any accents, really, it's just freaking hilarious. I can't. Like, it makes me laugh so hard.
Let's see.
I'm going to try one more thing. Bear with me one moment. Because I'm not going to stay on too much longer. Because if you guys don't know, for those that are here, I was supposed to have my third psych night last night. And I ended up rescheduling for, well, pretty obvious reasons. Is that Turtleboy switched his Saturday night to Sunday night, as he does quite a bit. And then Baker had scheduled a live, and of course, Danny did his pregame show. And I was just like, well, I don't want to be live when Baker, first of all, when Baker and Turtleboy are live, especially Turtleboy having Kelsey Fitzsimmons on last night. I had no idea how long they'd be on. So I wanted to sit and enjoy. So tonight I will be doing my third psych night. We are going to be talking about conformity. I talked about a little bit the other day, if you were here, in the Ash conformity experiment. These ones I may just switch them to Monday nights because of the fact that Turtleboy does so often lately switch his Saturday nights to Sunday night. And I don't want to constantly run into that. So I may just switch them over to Monday night psych nights instead of Sunday night. So stay tuned for that. But I want to do them at least once a week and pick a topic. This week is conformity. We've talked projection. Only a little bit. But when Mary B joined me, which was amazing, shout out to Mary B. I hope she's doing great. And then my very first one was about Milgram, Stanley Milgram's experiment, and obeying authority. So these psychological phenomena have always fascinated me, and there's so much of it intertwined in the anti-Karen Reed community that it's just, I'd like to give a little bit. I'm not a great teacher. I'm not a teacher really, but giving a little information on all these things that could play a role into how these crazies think. If I can do that, I don't know, just for fun. I don't think it'll help anything or do anything. But hey, let's just have a little fun and learn something. That's what I want to do with my psych nights. Anyways, I'm going to try one more thing to get this, and then okay. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I thought I had it, but I don't. I don't know. It's so weird because like has anyone else had that? Oh, thanks, Terry. Has anybody else had that though? Seriously, when you go to a short, someone clips a short and posts a short out of a longer video, and you click the short and you go to hit the description and it takes you to the entire video, but it takes you straight to the portion that's been clipped into the short. And yet I can't seem to do that to get to the part of Turtleboy's live that I want to get to. Because he goes on for so long in that accent that it's so funny. And the ad-libbing he does, just the on-the-spot makeup, it's just, he does it so well, and it's so funny. But I don't know why it's not working with his. And his stream is unfortunately really long. So sitting here trying to find it already has taken a long time. But I think what I will do is start clipping some of these as I'm watching them so we can enjoy some laughs, especially as we come up to streaming trial 2, which will start tomorrow. I've decided not to do the sidebars in between trial 1 and trial 2, only because looking back at, like, we just watched the entirety of trial 1, which I'm thankful for each and every one of you who hung out here with me to do that, whether you've seen it already or not. Truly appreciate it. But the reason I'm not going to do the sidebars is, one, I don't want to pull it from different places. I enjoyed watching the very first one that I did watch and then stopped because I'm like, I haven't seen the trials, so why watch the sidebars? But the very first one was Emily C. and Corey Hopkins playing the parts, which was hysterical. But there's like different places to watch those, and I'll leave those up for you guys where you want to watch them at, whether you want to watch them as you know, them acting them out and being funny, or just someone reading them over, however you guys want to do that. Plus it'll take a lot of extra time to squeeze those in between trial 1 and trial 2, and for me, and working on the videos that I want to put out regarding this, I want to just get these trials in and truly have as much of it in my memory as I can. So we're going to go on, start trial 2 tomorrow, starting with opening statements, of course, from Spanky. Ugh. I'm definitely not looking forward to hearing his voice again. Let me tell you, his voice is like nails on a chalkboard. But it's definitely a more, for lack of a better word, entertaining trial than trial 1 with boring old Lally. So tonight at 10:15, I have my psych night tonight on conformity. And then tomorrow, normally right around 1 o'clock-ish, 1:30-ish, we will start trial 2. So I hope that you guys will be there when and if you can. Oh, Dodo, thanks. She says, I enjoyed rewatching it. There was a lot I forgot or missed the first time around. Sweet. Well, I'm glad I could provide that for you and hopefully give you a few laughs as well. So, again, thank you guys for being here today. I love you, love you, love you all. You enjoy watching anything with me? Aw, you're so sweet. You guys make me feel so good. I mean, especially with all the shit I'm going through, as you guys know, I truly appreciate you just hanging out here with me. And, yeah. Oh, and with that being said, my biggest ask of anyone is to please share my link to anyone and everyone at this point who might share or donate to my Gibson Go. I'm coming down to the wire now, and I'm trying not to think about it. That's why I haven't talked about it today. Yesterday, I didn't really talk about it a little bit. I didn't cry today. No blubbering from me, so I'm going to keep it that way. But if you can share, I truly appreciate. If you can donate, I appreciate that too. My PayPal link is at the bottom of the ticker. Buy me a copy, and my PayPal QR code in the top right. If you want to copy and paste any of the links, they are in the description of the video for today. All right. So thank you again. I love you all, and I hope to see you tonight at 10:15. Have a great Monday. Rest of your Monday, everyone. Bye.